Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. How is everyone? I forgot to pause the timer, so I now need to add 13 hours to it. Yay! Oh man, I don't like that echo. How do I add time again? It's afternoon. It's also afternoon for me. I wanted to be here earlier, but there was meant to be a house viewing, and they done goofed and came an hour later. And I've had a very cuddly cat who I'm absolutely certain at some point is going to come and invade the stream. It's an inevitability. Chat, how much is 13 hours in seconds? $46,800. Man. Ghost Slayer, thank you for the 20th stream streak. It is endless. It is endless. How are you doing, everyone? Hey, Paris. Hey, Eden. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all having a nice, chill day. That your weeks have been nice so far. We are going to start work on our Drukhari army. I have an idea. So, one thing the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar have, which I thought was really cool in Rogue Trader, was this whole holographic shielding business. And I thought that was really cool, and it looked really cool. And I tried to replicate that by using color shift paints to get that same sort of aesthetic. Didn't really work out so well, though. A bit disappointed by it. But I have a cunning plan. And that plan is to create that effect very manually. Where the hell is my black paint? I swear, I got this paint bottle out right before the stream and put it on the desk right in front of me because it was going to be the first thing I do. I have a squad of Kabalites that we are going to paint first. My approach is going to be very simple. I would like to touch up some of the primer because there are some bits where the grey is showing through and I really don't want the grey to show through. There it is, right in front of my face. I say right in front of my face. It was behind my paint water. It was behind my paint water. Hey, Shades. Hey, Omega. How are you guys doing? Good morning. A mound of boiling dirt. How does one boil dirt? Is it like liquid dirt? So we're just going to start with Vallejo black. Very nice dark black. And we're just going to kind of just go over the miniatures that they're primed. We kind of just want it to be a very dark, consistent layer. I'm going to use a nice Citadel layer brush to start. Very simple. The most boring bit. We're also going to do the same thing with our custom scuff model. In fact, we'll start with that. Because I really want it to look. So we only really need to do one coat. But depending on how the black looks, we might end up having to do an all-over job. Because it might not be 100% of a color match to the primer paint from the spray can. We primed these in Colorforge Matte Black. Because I only use Colorforge primers. They're delicious. They are the best primers on the market. Hey, Colorforge, would you like to invite me to your influencer program? I swear, I literally just buy your product, so like it'd be nice if I could, send people a referral link every now and again, Colorforge, in the unlikely event that you're watching. Hey, Metal, how are you doing? Yeah, we are just getting started with some painting. Okay. We'll probably do some gaming later, before the collab. I won't be doing any Gundam today, because I think we started a little bit too late for it. But we will finish the Grandpa Gundam before the weekend is done. Just a couple hours a day on it. Next is the legs.
The underscore warp underscore forge just subscribed with Prime. Yo, how's
What?
folks?
Thank you so much. 4-month subscription. Are Colourforge part of Vallejo? They're a British company. I believe they're actually part of the Outpost, since all of their direct purchases from their website come from the Outpost. But I don't know for certain. The Outpost are a pretty big but friendly local gaming store. They are independent, but like, if they could do international stuff, they would. They do stuff in... Colourforge is moving to different parts of the world so they can like produce stuff cheaper for everyone. But they do the biggest spray cans specifically designed for painting miniatures. Of all the cans you can get, Colourforge do bigger cans. They also just seem to have the nicest consistency in terms of paint when the paint comes out of the can. Every time I get something primed with Colourforge, it always feels like it's done perfectly. And also, their standard grey is so good. You can only see the... Yeah, well, I am going to use a lot of Vallejo paints. No, Colourforge is a spray can company. They only do spray paint. They don't do any bottles, to my knowledge. They also have this spray-on superglue activator, which I don't quite understand what it's used for, but I mean, people seem to like it, so it must be good for something. They do other things like dry brush palettes. I have one of their dry brush palettes. I've used it a lot on stream and off. So it really is just a bit of MDF that they've laser cut some texture into. Dry brush palette, it's nice to have a bit of texture on there, just to pull off paint on your brush when you're trying to not have a lot of paint on there. You're currently doing more de-spruing. God, I need to crack on with that. How you doing, Warp? How are you doing? Oh, I know you said you wanted to do a hobby collab. I never... I don't really have... I mean, we could hang out now if you wanted to do a stream, but like... Yeah. I kind of do my hobby stuff when I get up and start stream. Just because it's when I've got the focus to crack on with it most of the time. During these big events. I have one collab later. I think it's about 9-ish our time. But other than that, I'm just going to be like doing whatever. So if you want to come and hang out and do a collab, very impromptu, like, I am always happy for stuff. And I think the only other collab I have planned all week is a thing on Friday, but I don't have a time planned for it, with Micah Igneous. We're going to be playing some 40k on Tabletop Simulator. I believe it's going to be me with my Chaos Cult versus... I don't know what army he's going to be bringing. Yeah. Your station isn't ready at the minute. It's filled with fruit. Micah's a good bean. Hey, Oleander, how you doing? Nah, I mean, I just like to do a whole, like... I'm happy to just vibe and chill on my own, in all honesty. I don't quite know... I don't quite know what I'm gonna do after this. I really need to finish Fungi's Iron Warriors, because they're sitting at the table, at me, but there's just a bit of my brain that's like, you need to do this. You need to do this before you forget. Before you forget your grand scheme, your master plan. I'm very excited to see how this is actually going to turn out. I hope it turns out as good as I think it does in my head. Also, I found someone who does very cool, grimdark kind of 40k styles. They've literally done a Space Marine. I'm not sure if it's appropriate because it does look a little bit like it's too close to copyright because it is literally just a Space Marine. But if I could get them to do a grimdark style, off-brand Dark Eldar Catgirl scuff based on this tabletop model, I might try and do that. Not right away. I'm thinking next year. Next year. Man, that's so much hair. I am good. Why are you yelling? You're allowed to yell. Hey, Mercury. Hey, Plush. But yeah, it's gonna be nice and chill today. I need to get some coffee stirrers for texture paste. I've kind of realized that recently, is that coffee stirrers are the perfect kind of spatula for that stuff. And I discovered this by using an old popsicle stick. I was like, if this was just a little bit smaller, this would be perfect. Who's slapping me? Hey, Hamburg. How you doing? Good morning. Also, your daily reminder #1 to buy my plush if you haven't. We have less than 3 weeks to sell 80 more of them, and it's terrifying. I'll be really sad if we don't get the plush. But, you know, I am only a small creator, so there's a bit of me that wonders if in hindsight, maybe it was just a bit too ambitious to try and get the plush going. There's a bit of me that's tempted. Yeah, buy the plush. Everyone, hey Norman, how you doing? I mean, it's raining here for the first time in ages, and I'm honestly kind of glad for it, because it's been warm. I'm gonna be real, chat. I might, like, if we can get to, like, 80 plushes, I might end up just going a little bit broke and buying all the remaining stock. Then I can just give them away at raffles and stuff. We'll be like, yeah, I have a bazillion plushies. Fill the bathtub with scufflings and then throw a cat in there and take a picture. Trying to save for a trip to Wales. That's fair. Look, I know what it's like when people have priorities and life to live. You know? I'm very much the same. It's why this rebrand has taken so long. It's hard. Well, the rebrand is going ahead. Finally. We are making progress. We are making progress. Yeah, once these guys get their nice black coating done, we can start working on many other things. How you doing, Norman? I feel like this is the issue. It's like, I mean, if you buy the plush and we don't actually make the plush, everyone gets a refund anyway. So, like, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't come true. Because everyone will get their money back, and it'll be great. Still, yeah, I've sold quite a few. Yeah, I've sold quite a few. It's a nice feeling.
Skulls for the skull throne!
Ah!
Old Man Windbreaker just cheered 15 bits. Happy birthday
Windbreaker!
+6, Scuffcat. May you
How
not
are
cheek
you-
a toenail and rip your bed sheets.
Lol. Thank you. Thank you, Windbreaker. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. I hope that you are having a wonderful week. Oh. So the idea, what I've planned for these guys, is I'm going to start with metallic green. We're going to be basically doing true metallic metal. And then we're going to do metallic blue over the top of the metallic green. And then we're going to recess shade the, then we're going to recess shade the, metallic green with a darker green. And then we're gonna do just an edge highlight in very bright violet to try and give them like a sort of like shimmering iridescent kind of look. That's my hope. Is that like they'll look really cool and fantastic. And then we'll leave the weapons in like blacks and greys because, you know, that'll be that. And we'll add some silvery bits here and there where it's needed. That's my plan. They're going to be really, really bright and colourful. Mum went on a hiking trip to Y Valley this year and wants to go again. So asked if you want to go. She'll pay for most of it, but you need to put forth around $400. That's a lot. That's a lot. Wales is a lovely countryside, though. Like, if you're going to Wales specifically for the nature and to get outside, you could definitely choose worse parts of the UK to visit. Like, England is kind of arguably... Like, England has a lot of nice greenery areas, but for the most part, I think England doesn't have as much of its natural beauty intact within reach of, like, city living. Always, like, miles out, or you're always hopping at the border to either Ireland or Scotland or Wales. Because they have more of it. But the north is quite nice. North is very nice, but it's basically Scotland up here. Like, there's a sizable Scottish population in, there's a very sizable Scottish population in a bit of England I live in. Because we're not far from the Scottish border. One could legit just hop over. Scotland forever! Yes. Hey, Aeon, how you doing? Bigger problem is you want to film it, but your GoPro old. I mean, it doesn't matter if your GoPro is old. Does your GoPro work? Does your GoPro work? Or is it incompatible with, like, modern SD card types? Because GoPros are rugged and have always been fantastic. Like, I have a friend who sometimes does videography on a drone. It's a DJI Phantom that he has. Or at least it was. I don't know if he's upgraded it since then. And he has a little GoPro just hooked to it. Does all kinds of cool shit. Sometimes he gets hired to, like, film racing and stuff with a drone cam. It'd probably be quite fun to do, honestly. Hero 5 session? I don't know. Sorry if you didn't see, but the boiling dirt coffee maker grinder combo machine didn't give it its basket poured ground. Oh! Oh, God, Shades. I did see it, I just didn't really understand what was going on. My God, that sounds horrid. So hey Atticus, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. We are painting kinky space elves, chat. That's what we are painting. I say this, we're just base coating them with some black for now. The proper painting comes soon. I swear. Like, this is more just tidying up the primer. So we do want solid black layers. Hopefully I don't have to oil wash it. But I might recess shade these with oil down the line. Smells great, fresh. I love the smell of fresh coffee. I can imagine that just being delightful. But still, that must be a nightmare to clean up. Like, coffee grains everywhere. And it's like, if you use a mop for it, then you'll get, like, stuff stuck in the mop, and then you have to clean the mop.
Do you hear the voices too?
Grumptopus just followed.
Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a lovely time here. Oh. Quite nice this stage. Like, I don't have to worry about anything. I can just be as messy as I like. The important thing is that everything gets that thin layer of extra black, just to make sure we've tidied up any bits of grey plastic that was showing through, or green stuff in the case of the Archon. Which mostly we don't actually have, but like, it's still important to just put that extra layer up. I mean, the hardest bit especially is in all the little crevices and stuff that no one really sees anyway, but like, if you don't make sure it's covered properly, it will seep through, and you can see it if you pick up the model and look at it from different angles. That's the fun part. You have carpeted floors. Oh god, that's horrid. That's horrid. In the kitchen! In the kitchen! Why would you... You know what? I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. You do you, boo. Yeah. Yeah. So, people have been rumoring that there's going to be a Drukhari refresh this year. And if there is, I'm going to feel really silly about the Drukhari refresh, about doing a ton of Drukhari. Because then I'm gonna end up buying a bunch of new models, and then that's gonna be lame. I say this, I don't think the refresh will be that big. I think what it'll be is a lot of Rex and Homunculi. The stuff that's in the current Combat Patrol. Because I think those are the oldest things. Though I do quite like the current Talos and Chronos paint engines. I don't own them, but like, I'd probably pick up that Combat Patrol, because I don't have any of that stuff. But they're also, like, I don't know. The idea of getting a Talos and a Chronos just seems more of a necessity, because they're paint engines, than me liking the model. Okay. That is the initial coating done. Let me just check these for review. I don't think I'm gonna have to do a second pass on these. Everything looks like it's in order. Yeah. Got this. But that's fine, because you have plenty of time before I actually need. At this little Archon head. I say that like you can see it, but it's just black. A little cat ears. It's so silly. She's just a silly little guy, chat. Just like me. One, the coffee maker is in your room. Easy to get coffee. 2, lucky they dried up a bit. Oh. Yeah, GoPros are quite small. Like, similar things are used as body cams, if I recall correctly. What am I doing, chat? Okay. So, we want... airbrush for dusk and green. And airbrush for sapphire blue. Then we'll use dusk and green's shade paint. And then, once that's done, we'll do a highlight of amethyst purple. So I think we'll just, for now, we'll just do a little bit of a start. We'll just start with just a random little guy. Just a little guy. Just one of these Kabalites. But which Kabalite? This is not actually going to be the scheme I'm going to paint my Archon in, by the way. But this is going to be what I think is going to look cool for the whole, like, general army. So we're just dry brushing to get a lot of color on. And we also want to make sure that there's some black in the recesses. If we don't, then it'll be just... gently, lightly dry brush. It'll mostly end up looking quite green, like a dark metallic green. And we'll go in lighter with the blue afterwards. So that we get a bit of green under the blue showing up. Okay. Another good thing about doing it this way with dry brushing is the main way of getting all the armor done. Is that I can, because there's so little paint actually on the miniature, I can move on to the next stage immediately without having to try it on a different model first. sure what color I want to do the lenses for these guys. I reckon it'll be some kind of red. Just because we go from green to blue to purple. So red would contrast well with the green. But it won't contrast with, but it'll also harmonize with the purple. So it'll stand out quite a bit. But it won't look out of place, is what I'm hoping. I could be completely wrong. Color theory is a strange thing. And at the end of the day, color theory is theory, you know? There's no laws about what works. It's all really down to personal preference and taste. What works for some person might not work to someone else's taste. Yeah, this is more of an overbrush. This should be more of an overbrush than a dry brush. But I've gone at it more like a dry brush. If I did it as an overbrush, this would have been a lot quicker to get done. It's quite a nice green. Quite a nice green color we've got up. It's also a lot brighter than I thought it was going to be, but that's okay. That's okay. As always, chat, I try to focus on trying to balance doing things quickly while at the same time making them look good and cool. I think my big thing right now is whether or not I want to move directly on to the recess shading. You know what? We'll see after we've gotten the blue on. Blue is also the green is also kind of a lot more yellowish than I thought it was going to look. But this is also a much more higher saturation color. The green from immediately. I am a little bit concerned that it might smother the green. But I think it's actually just going to blend quite nicely. I'm going to try and be quite light. Don't want to overpower the green with one. Try and get some nice blends. I don't dislike that. It's a bit... I was worried that the blue was going to be too strong, but I feel like I need to do a second pass. There we go. What do we think, chat? We still have a nice bit of green in there, I think. Let's try and recess shade that green down. So we're using the same true metallic metal dusk and green, but the shade element of it. So Vallejo with the true metallic set, they kind of like do. They're all called the same color, but they are different. I kind of wish Dusk and Green would work a bit more like a contrast paint or a speed paint. Actually, I could mix it with speed paint, medium. And then it will do exactly that. That might be the right way to do this effectively. A test on the back of my hand. That's about a 50. Yeah, so that does seep into the recesses naturally. Try and get this. Okay. And this just adds a little bit more green back into it. That blue was starting to become a bit much. But like, you've got to tread the line between too much and not enough. And it's a very fine line. Well, this kind of being able to tint everything with a transparent paint like this, that focuses on the recesses and where you want it. Hey Shades, things have been good. I had a house viewing today, like because the property that we live in fact didn't get sold, so the estate agent is still trying to sell it, and I'm just like, man, I thought we were done with all this nonsense, but it turns out that I am not. So there may be more things, but yeah, we basically spent the morning cleaning up. And then I had a little snack, and then I started stream. Oh, and I primed all the miniatures. Well, not all of them. Just all my Dark Eldar. Oh my god, Medal! Thank you so much for the 245 stream streak! But yeah, it's been pretty cozy. I can't complain. Yeah, no, what do you think, chat? I kind of like the effect we've got where it's both green and blue and it kind of just shimmers about. That was exactly what I was hoping to go for. I like that. That's a nice color. Random hair. So now I will have to wait for that to dry before I do the next coating. Hey, look. Just because the Dark Eldar are sadistic motherfuckers and will turn you into a chair, doesn't mean they don't also appreciate art and color. I'm going to try that again, but I think I'm going to do it a little bit differently for another one. The last thing we're going to do is that purple highlight I mentioned before. I'm going to take a slightly bigger brush. I really like the Monument Hobbies Pro Synthetic Dry Brushes. They're just good. They have nice edges, you know? But yeah, we're going to take a bigger brush for this next guy. Hopefully to get the green layered up a little bit more efficiently. I mean, even if I wasn't using the other colors, the green itself is very pretty. And doing it this way, yeah, it looks a lot more, it looks a lot more like what I expected it to look like. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm very happy with how this green is looking, doing it a little bit heavier with the bigger brush. So I'm just gonna replicate that over everything else. And then we'll do the other two stages. I hope that this guy won't look out of place next to it. I don't think he will, though. Because at the end of the day, it's the same colors. And the method is only different in that initial step of getting it done. Okay. Okay. Dark Eldar are a very fun faction. They've got a lot of excellent lore. That reminds me, they did an alternate universe Malice Darkblade in 40k with and he was just a Dark Eldar Reaver. It was very cool. Oh, they don't worship Slanesh. They don't worship Slanesh. What they do is they purchase more time before Slanesh consumes them by satiating the appetites of he who thirsts. It's very different. If they were to worship Slanesh, then Slanesh would just eat them. And they don't want to get their souls eaten, really. Not really. I don't think they're into Vor. I think it's one of the few kinks they're not really into. At least not spiritual Vor. Physical Vor, probably. I'm sure they'd happily eat people. Assuming they tasted nice, or were well prepared. Not like those savage space marines who eat raw brains to learn their memories. Would orcs taste like shiitake? I don't really know. I'll be honest, I don't know what orcs would taste like. Like, they are fungus, but they're also meat, and they also are carnivorous. They will eat meat. So what does a mushroom that devours meat taste like, chat? What do you think that would taste like? That's probably what an orc would taste like. Are there any examples of flesh-eating fungi in the world that you could also, like... You could also, you know, eat without getting poisoned? Is orc meat even healthy? to eat? Is it even fit for human consumption? Or is it toxic? These and more questions that we have to learn about Warhammer 40k, chat. We can only speculate. They're accurate that they put orcs in corpse starch. Oh, then there you go. There you go. Corpse starch is just stuff that's like decomposed people or creatures that's turned edible. I don't think it actually needs anything. Also, corpse starch is not as common as people say it is. It's well known because of Necromunda, which is such a big and important hive world, that it has its own goddamn game. There are fungi who can trap worms until they starve, get nutrients from the decomposed corpse. But not anything that actively acts as a carnivorous shroom. Well, there we go. So one thing that is strange, I think, is that orcs bleed red blood. They bleed red blood. Like, I would have thought it would have been a different color. So that means that they process oxygen in the same way that humans do. Right? Or at least that's what I'd assume. They are carbon-based life forms. Killer Shroomies was not on your bingo card. But Zest, it's just what chat was asking, you know? Orcs are mushrooms. They are literally, when they die, they release spores from their corpse, and those spores find purchase in the ground. And those spores eventually grow. They create a pod, and eventually the pod grows, and a fully adult-sized orc comes out. That's how orcs reproduce. It's why when they fight Tyranids, it's a terrible time for everyone involved. Because the orcs get stronger, and they release loads more spores, which means more orcs to fight the Tyranids. And then the Tyranids just have an all-you-can-eat buffet of orcs. So eventually the orcs will end up losing, because they'll get to the point where there's no more, like, adult orcs or mature orcs that can fight the Tyranids. Because the Tyranids just keep getting more biomass, right? Why that Inquisitor got declared, who tried to set the orcs against the Tyranids, ended up getting declared excommunicate traitoris. Because he thought his idea would help, but no, it just fucked everything up royally. But yeah, Warhammer chat. Fucking weird. In the best way. Ultra bleed black and white because they connect said commonality. Bleeding is brutal. Maybe. But that's not how, that's just not how it works, though. Just because the orcs, you know, people overemphasize how important the orc gestalt psychic consciousness is and how that affects reality. Because people shitpost way too much about it. And you know, it's fine. I'm not saying don't have fun. But just remember, meme lore is not actual lore. Just joke. Black Templar lore is funny. Yeah, you have to love Warhammer lore, chat. It's a good time. A good time. There's so many different rabbit holes you can end up going down with it. So many different rabbit holes. What's your favorite bit of Black Templar lore? Because in all honesty, I don't know too much about the Black Templars. They've been a faction that never really appealed to me. I might play them with my Sons of the Phoenix just because, like, they're both crusading chapters that are Sons of Dawn. And, you know, I don't have to worry about all the connotations with Black Templar players. Sadly. Not all Black Templar players, but sadly, Black Templar players have a rep because a lot of problematic things come out of that. Well, they don't come out of that community. There's a few players that have caused incidents here and there. Like in Darnassus' shop, where the Black Templar players were LARPing while they were playing the faction. But they were just kind of just being mean to people and hateful. Because they were like, we have to embody the hate of the Black Templars. It's just like, bruh, you're here to play games in a game shop. Fill your beans. Oh, I did quite like Hell's Reach. I did quite like Hell's Reach. And if you haven't seen the Hell's Reach animation, it's free on YouTube, chat. Go watch it. I will happily chill and watch that as a watch party. Live on Twitch. The fan animation. It does use audio directly from the audiobook. My only complaint about it is that the voice actor decided to make Helbrecht seem really throaty and croaky in his voice. And it just sounds really not like how he's meant to be. Your thing was mostly just throwing stuff at the wall, but yes. Gestalt field is heavily dramatized. You've fallen for the memes once or twice simply because that sounds okay. You love Black Templars. They are your loyalist Marines. Love Helbrecht. Currently reading the Forges of Mars trilogy. Black Templar players pulling out the Book of Xeno slurs. I'm getting into character. Lol. Okay. I'm getting into character. Blaze your nuts. I mean, what? Sorry, it's just what Drukhari do, right? They just do that. Therefore, I'm LARPing. I'm in character as I flay you alive. For real. Don't worry about it. It's all allowed, right? All allowed. When does it stop, chat? When does it stop? No, I'm just being a fucking goober, aren't I? It's what I do. Honestly, this color on its own is a really good fit for Dark Eldar. But I want to add the blues and the purples. I don't want to complain at anyone who chooses Black Templars as a faction. Because there are good Black Templars players out there. A lot of them are quite nice people. You LARP as a Night Lord, you need to make a visit to the local skinning pit. I mean orphanage soon. I see. What's the Forges of Mars? That sounds like an AdMech book. But I'm assuming it's Black Templars. Yeah, no, this paint is actually like the perfect color for a lot of Dark Eldar Cabal schemes. I might actually get another squad on the go just so I don't waste any of the paint. Not a big one, just a little squad. Maybe either some incubi or some. Yeah, I'm thinking incubi. Incubi will probably do. I don't want to waste the paint. Also, incubi look cool as fuck. I fucking love incubi, chat. They're so edgy, but like edgy in a way that's like not crap, you know? They don't try to be edgy, it's just like their design is so pointy and spiky. They're like Kabalites turned up to 11. Look at how pointy they are. Okay. I'm gonna keep saying it. This paint color is really nice. Don't you think, chat? They're not pretty. Is it not like a really pretty shade of green? Advice. Hold on, I'm still getting in character. Yes. Yes. Hey, Daily. Yummy Drukhari spot. I see. I see. I'm gonna be tweaking my list, by the way. I'm gonna be tweaking my list. I'm gonna shout out for Daily, please. I'm gonna tweak my list. I want to have a rematch someday. I think I know how to play better, and I don't know if I'll win, but I reckon I can do better than I did. God, every time I watch that video every now and then it's just like, yeah, there's that turn 2 moment where you just see half my army just collapse. And it's just like, man. Once that happened, I think I just lost at that point. I just didn't realize it. I wanted to believe that it was an acceptable loss. On your left side, the Ravager on the lucky Maliceptor barrage was key. Yeah. Yeah. But it's fine. We live and learn, right, chat? We live and we learn. How are you doing, Daily? You having a good day? I do have mods. I know I have mods in chat. Silver, as the mod who is in chat, can you do the moderator thing, please? No. Damn. Can you shout out daily, please? Thank you. Managed to get 4 attacks through when it's d6 plus 3. 3 plus hit and wounding on 4s. Hey, Rad. Thank you. Thank you, Silver. I appreciate that. I know Metal was talking about the other day about, like, we need more moderators, maybe. But, like, I don't want to make I don't want to have too many mods. That looks weird. There's too many mods. I think I want to have the Archon with the, oh. Wow. I do believe the... Correct. Daily actually beat... I mean, Silver actually beat you to it this time, Metal. Lol. But thank you. Ah. Ah. I just want to get through all of this paint that's on in my thing. Why we're just going a bit hard. But yeah, I think I really want to get a lot more practice with the faction because they are quite fun. They've got a lot of fun units. Haru, why are you? Why stop using as a pillow? Stop that. Creature. Keeps hitting Control Alt Delete. Somehow I somehow she presses a button that takes me to, you know, that bit which opens up. Also, look at this creature. Stop pressing buttons on my keyboard. It's not sorting that hair. Yeah, Daly's a mid name. A mid main. A nid main. Fuck words. I've been working on a couple of different army lists for a couple of different playstyles this morning as well, while I was waiting for the house viewing to happen. I've got a Dark Angels list now, which I reckon is probably going to be okay. But I also hate how Space Marines are... Oh, you get a 2-point detachment, and then you choose Librarius Conclave as your add-on detachment. Because it's so fucking overpowered. That's what everyone does. I kind of hate it. But at the same time, it also looks really fun. But I don't think it's fun for your opponent. Because it's literally just every army is a 10-man Stern Guard brick of Doom. With a Librarian in it. And then, like, some other shit. Because it just outputs so much damage. And it's devastating wounds. And, yeah. And you have anti-everything. Hey, I just noticed there's a little Sister of Battle Fleur-de-Lis there. I never noticed that before. That's a cute little detail. Okay. Okay, now because because this is almost done, I think I'm just gonna add another drop into the palette. It's like I don't wanna waste the paint because it's really nice. And also, you buy it in sets, so you know. I don't want to have to buy another set if I'm only ever short on one paint. What? Well, okay. Andy. You haven't played a single player. This is not. That's understandable. What's my favorite minion that I've built or painted? Fulgrim. I'm very happy with how my Fulgrim turned out. Do you guys want me to pull him out of the cupboard for you? I will whip out my snake. If you all want me to whip out my snake. He's a great mini. What? He's a big snake. He's the mightiest danger noodle in all of 40k. Lol. You all are being silly. He's literally a snake. He's literally a big old snake. I can't believe you all are being weird about Snackgrim being a snack. Okay, let me finish this bit and I'll show off my Fulgrim. In hindsight, there's a lot I could do better on him. But I think it was the first model I ever was like, actually I want to go super hard on. And I learned a lot painting him. And I got a notable prize from a painting competition with him, which is cool. I have been noticed by the big artists who are a bazillion times better than me. Which means I had to have done something right? Not that I think I'm a bad painter, but I know I know that I'm not that good. Like, I'm not a competition level painter. I'm pretty decent. I end up knowing so many people through streaming that actually are competition level painters, though. It's just nice to see. It's nice to watch them work. Like people like Rat and Ren and Froggy and Drea, and it's like lovely to watch them work and then passively pick up stuff just by doing their thing. Like the cloak on my Custodes shield captain, for example, was just me trying to copy how how Rat did the cloak on her Corsair guy, Prince Iriel. You could also Froggy for a collab. I've done collabs with Froggy. In all honesty, I think I'd rather just hang out sometimes than do collabs. Because they're a good bean. Sometimes I feel like there's a difference between streamer friends and friends. But like, Froggy's also super busy, and it's like... It's hard when you want to be someone's friend, but they just don't really have time. You know? But that's also just what part of being an adult is. Like, you want to hang out with people that you have fun with, and then you can't, because life and shit. Also, I wonder if I spend too much time streaming. I mean, obviously right now I'm doing a big birthday event. But like, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't stream like 5 days a week. But then it's like sometimes... Afraid was how you found out about Froggy. Froggy's great. Froggy and too busy. I mean, she seems to be. She's always like editing or like working on stuff. Froggy Raid was how found me a couple of years back, yeah. Not gonna do any crafting. What? Check the cat tax to see why. Oh. Why is it rad? But like that's just part of, you're like me. You paint to complete, not to compete. Yeah. Every now and then I will decide to like, yeah, I'm just gonna focus on doing this on. She's mad busy these days. The last year she's really put the hours in. She's absolutely taken off, and it's great to see. I don't miss hanging out as often as we did though. Like, it was nice. We did like weekly collabs for a hot minute back in the day when Spaceman 2 launched. Oh god, Warp, that looks horrendous. How do you live like that? Wow. For nearly 2 years. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, let me show off my snake, chat. I'm whipping my snake out right in front of chat. How do you feel? How do you feel, chat? Yeah, no, I'm really happy with how Fulgrim turned out. Really happy with how he turned out. Don't eat snake. It kind of looks a little bit like for Alligator's color scheme, which was accidental, but I kind of like that that's what it looked like, in all honesty. I used some Zenny Shift iridescent metallic paints on this little crab claw kind of thing.
Like a big
because I thought I wanted it to look different because it was clearly like chitinous and whatnot.
Slap that prime on the fucking table right now!
But yeah, I'm genuinely chuffed with how this one turned out, how Fulgrim turned out. This is probably the first miniature I ever thought, man, I'm so happy with how this turned out. But he's such a big guy, you can't really just like... I did the same thing, Zenny Shift paint with all the scales and whatnot. I did this aquatic base, like, you can't really see it because he's on top of it. I kind of did it like trying to make it look like he'd broken through a glacier or an ice shelf. Really love how the golds turned out, honestly. Like, they're so rich, and I'm very happy with like the classic purple. There's so much color on him as well. Like blues and greens and pinks and purples and silvers and golds, and it was an absolute joy. There are things I think I could improve. All of this, all of the parts of the wings, and all of this stuff, this was finger painted. All the blending was done with finger painting because sometimes brushes don't respond exactly how you want. And I always found that, yeah, no, if I just finger paint it, I can get the paint to do exactly what I want, assuming the area is big enough. Yeah. Don't knock finger painting, chat. It's everyone does it. Everyone does finger painting. Like, at any level. Finger painting works. Like, it just lets you do what you need to do. But yeah, very happy with this one. You want to eat the wings, they look so visually appealing. Do not. Do not. I mean, I could have probably done this better nowadays, in all honesty. But at the time, like, as I look at it now, it's like, I could probably do this better than I did before. I could probably do this, probably, especially as Cake. I don't know if I shaded his butt very well. There's a bit of me that wonders if maybe I should have just left this off. Snake booty, yeah. He's cheeked the fuck up. Like, he has cheeked the fuck up under there. Also, I don't know if this model is actually safe for work. You did, in fact, get Fulgrim upskirt. Because you know what this is? This is a cloaca piercing. Do you know what a cloaca is, chat? It's the bit on a snake that is where their genitalia is hidden, and it just comes out like. Looking at something which was your peak and thinking, I could do better now. Yeah, basically, because like lizards have, like, snakes have retractable penises, right? They also have 2 of them. So, like, Fulgrim has his with a big old Slanesh piercing. And it just comes out there. If he wants to dick slap you, chat, he dick slaps you with both dicks. Another one that I think I was pretty happy with. Unless you all want to keep looking at Fulgrim, which, honestly, I don't blame you for, is my shield captain, which I painted. It's a lot more recent. This I'm also pretty happy with. I didn't spend nearly as much time on this as Fulgrim. But yeah, I'm quite happy with how this guy turned out. She is she's just a fantastic model, honestly. I feel like she'd be very hard to fuck up as long as you're paying attention. Fulgrim used double slap, it's super effective. Yeah. Also, I didn't really realize this until I saw the model, but she got boob armor. She must be absolutely stacked under that for it to be so obviously pronounced as well. I really love the new Shield Captain model. Like, it's such a nicely posed model. This one also got me a notable award in a painting competition. I want to get something more than notable. There's a bit of me, like, I don't paint for competition, but there's a little bit of me that I just like getting acknowledgement from people that I know are really good painters, you know? It's not that I crave approval. It's more that getting approval makes me is like confirmation that yes, I am coming along as a painter, if that makes sense. Which, you know, is really like I get yeah, what was I saying? Like, I don't want approval. I just want to know that I'm like doing the right things with my hobby, you know? But also painting for competition is its own art style. And it's one I'm gonna be real, chat, I have no idea if I'm ever gonna be up to it. Because I don't really like a lot of competition minis. Like, on a technical level, I appreciate them, but I don't like the art style where everything is overly exaggerated. Like, I get it's a miniature, and that's what you're meant to do. You're meant to enhance the contrast. But, yeah. Take the next traffic cone you see. Understandable. What else is it? If you don't like creepy things, this might not be to your taste, but look how like this one I'm really happy with. Look at my Mephitic Blighthauler. I love Blighthauler's, chat. They're just little guys. I just want to run like 9 of them in an army. Like this, I'm so happy with how this turned out. Look at his little like drool and stuff. And all the little like goop cannon. This one was actually really simple to do, honestly. I love painting Death Guard because you make them look so like it's very easy to make them look good without too much effort. I could also do better than this now. Hey, Ogre. How you doing? Ogre? Ogre? Yeah, I love Blight Haulers. I love Nurgle Demon Engines. You know the great thing about this? This is mostly just contrast paints with an oil wash. Except for this. This is just shade paint over the thing. Then I use some Uhu glue and a bunch of like goop on top of just a bunch of rubble. It's really simple. Like, and my favorite thing about blight haulers is like they're whatever you choose to make them, and the chances are they'll always look quite good. They're just little guys, you know? They're just little guys, but I love them. Same with bloat drones. Bloat drones as well are pretty cool. I like this guy with the double heavy plague spitters. They're just nice. I'm gonna be real. Any chance I get to use Uhu glue and fluorescent green for goopy stuff on Death Guards, I take. I take that chance. Also, I really like the Knights of the Pallid Hand. Which is a warband. I just like it. I try and do weird skin tones for the demon engines, like blues and weirdness, to make them look a little bit all messed up. But they're very fun. They're really fun. You see Mecha Zone throw Kit Bash potential. Light haulers and bloat drones are amazing. And I use a bunch of dirty down weathering stuff. I think it's quite good. I'm very like it's very easy. Like I find it very easy to be pleased with my Death Guard. Then I've got my custom Demon Prince. Who I wanted to go for the idea that they were just, you know, they were a victim of blind faith, and so when they ascended, their eyes became these weird antenna thorn things that exploded out of their face. And I gave her the Wraith Lord sword and a spear from like the old Manticore Chaos Lord, because I used the Manticore for some other weird shit. But honestly, I kind of want to just cut apart and reuse for other things. I gave her a tail. Very simple kit bash. Very simple kit bash. But really, it was really fun. Doing all of the little fucking feather strokes. Never doing this shit again, chat. This shit was awful. This shit was awful. But yeah. My only Demon Prince, Winged Demon Prince for my Emperor's Children. Which really need Winged Demon Princes to function, because it's their only consistent source of mortal wound output. Kind of terrible. That army design is terrible, chat. Like, it works, but it's terrible. No, this was the statue. You know the statue bit of terrain that you can buy from Games Workshop. So the reason I got the kill team of the Sanctifiers versus those corn cultists. The only reason I got this was to get the statue to turn into this. That was the only reason. You can actually see like bits of the statuary, like cracks in the statue in the cloth. That's a really well-made model. A really well-made model, like the statue. Yeah. And then I just fucking threw a bunch of dumb shit onto it to make it all chaosy. Because I'm like that. I don't think this is my best, one of my better painted models, but I was very satisfied with that. What else was a good one? What else was a good one, chat? Quite like this lady. She's also one of my favorites. And I'm not sure I did the best job in the world of her, but she was very fun to paint. She was very fun to paint. Then I saw Froggy paint her like a couple months later, and I was like, damn, I wish mine looked like that. Wow. I'll steal. I should really finish my death. That would be quite. My big stompy night. Very happy with how that turned out. I could probably do better now, but like, yeah. I don't think I did too badly, in all honesty. I don't think I did too badly with it at all. Man, this thing's kind of heavy, honestly. Yeah. Big ol' stompy mech. Doesn't like big stompy mechs. Brad, go sleep. It's late. It's late. And also, this was another thing I entered for a competition. Probably this was my first attempt at doing anything Drukhari. It's alright. Very happy with how the cloak turned out. Look at that glorious bloody skin cloak, chat. Who doesn't love a good skin cloak? Go to bed, Red. It's late. Take care of yourself. Wow. Yeah. I don't think this one was too bad either. God, I love the skin cloak though. Skin cloak was peak. I'm glad I was able to get it really textured as well. Yeah. That is, I think that's all the ones I care to show off. But that make me feel like I'm a good painter. Oh. Okay. I need... I have some Kinnerite, I think. I have some Kinnerite, I think I'm... Ash. Fonts. Elons are really strong. Those are very, very cute emotes. You should ask Daily. Daily's a good bean, by the way. You all should follow Daily. If you don't already. I need to get another game booked in with him at some point. Because it was fun. No, that's the only reason. It was fun. It was very fun hanging out. Oh god. Bitch, you don't have your feet out. You got your feet out. Look at this bitch. You got grippers out. You literally just follow dailies. Good. Good. These Drukhari have no shame. I see. I've learned something new about my community, you degenerates. Next thing you tell me is you're going to ask me to step on you, given how some of you are reacting to the idea that the miniature has feet that need painting. I fucking called it, you fucking degenerates. Filthy creatures. They all have their feet out. I think they do. Oh my god, they do. Okay. Wow. It's not just that one, though. Not just that one. So, we know that Scourgers, as well as being contract killers and Blades for Hire, we also know that they like to keep their grippers out. Which, in all fairness, I also like to keep my grippers out because it's comfy. Barefoot is free, chat. I've done a bunch of Necron stuff, but I'll be real, I'm not super proud of my Necron stuff. It's very basic. Not because I don't care for the faction. I just wanted to do a very basic color scheme of them. Because I like old crons, you know? I like that classic, like, they're just very bright silver. And they're just very bright silver. And green. With a little bit of gold on the important people. Because that's what I grew up with, and that's how I want my Necrons to be. And it's a very easy, simple paint job. They do a lot of things. They have The super well done gods. Canon. Lol. Do they now, Wolfsky? Help Grok ID ERPing on Twitter again. And getting really explicit this time. Wait, what? Why is Grok ERPing on again? Explain. Why don't you just not use Grok? I mean, I'm all for costing Elon Musk money, but like, just AI is a bit shit in general. Why not? Why not? You know, just not use it. I'll be real. We don't do AI in this house chat. Someone told Grok publicly to jack it a little. It did not go well. What? Explain. Do I even want to know, chat? Are you telling me that Grok is now an exhibitionist? Is that what's happened to Twitter? Grok has become an exhibitionist. Man, I don't know what to think about the universe we live in. It just seems a bit strange. Don't they know that there are plenty of degenerates who would do that shit for them? And instead, people are asking a fucking AI chatbot. Damn. What an age we live in. What an age we live in. I'm accidentally doing like a 500-point army today, apparently. Just speed paint style. Train Grok to tell everyone. Just to piss Elon off, lol. Post it in memes. Jesus Christ, Grok. What the fuck? What is this creature? What is this creature, man? Oh yeah, didn't Elon have to reprogram Grok because to like be a sycophant for him again? Man. Okay. Cool. And that's basically all that paint finally used up. Do I want to go over a couple of these just to make them a little bit greener? Maybe not. Maybe not. Man. AI is such a weird thing in the state it's in. It has the potential to be so much more than what people choose to use it for, and it's just a little bit disappointing, you know? We had all these visions of what humanity would achieve by this time, like 40 years ago, and now it's just like, what are we doing with our what are we doing? What are we doing, chat? What escalated that conversation is killing you. How badly did it go? How badly did it go? Was Grok the one that initiated that keeps escalating it? How bad is Grok these days, man?
Do you hear the voices too?
Snow the Shy Kitsune just followed.
No, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community here. Okay, let's get started. The poster said... Lol, that's hilarious. Man. AI is fucking weird. Okay. Apply some blue over the green. Very light touch with it, because we want to make sure that the green comes through. Because that's the idea behind this scheme, is that we're just not trying to make it blue. We're just trying to give it that sort of iridescent sort of color shift effect without having to use color shift paints, because color shift paints don't really work on small individual models like this. I might use some of the color shift paints for things I work on later. Like the vehicles and whatnot. Yeah, overall the armor is quite nice, I think. It's kind of nice every now and again to just sit down and just batch paint and knock out a whole bunch of stuff. And if they're a bit inconsistent, I think that from one model to the next, I actually just think that helps sell the idea that they are the colors are shifting, which is the goal. Like, I love that holographic shielding kind of vibe. The main goal of how we're doing all of this. What else? We're just gonna keep going with this until
Do
we're out.
you hear the voices too?
PlayStation fan _32 just followed.
Thank you, Play, for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community here. Do you like Warhammer? Ah, why? Hey, Garlic Brad. Scuff believes not in the concept of base holder. I do not. I do not. I'd rather just hold it, you know? Gently holds my miniature, you know? Just like gently holds chat. Yeah. I quite like this overall scheme, you know? I wonder how it's gonna look when I start adding in the purples. The purples should be very cool on top of the blue. They're gonna be quite bright though. Like, these are gonna have a whole, like, each model is gonna have a whole crazy color spectrum on it, and it'll go from like really dark to really bright as well. It's very neat. Very, very neat. I hope people like it when it's done. Though I'm not sure how bright it's gonna end up being. Okay, I've still got 2 more Kabalites, and then I'm just going to use up the rest of this blue. Probably get the Incubi to this same stage. Okay. Have I missed any chat? I've been locked in. I know sometimes it happens. I don't mean to. Hey, Smokey, how you doing? Pushed it through the armor. Changed the hole to make it look like it took last gunfire. I've seen stuff like that before, Wolfski. Sorry, I just need to catch up to chat for a second. I didn't miss too much. I didn't miss too much. I think it's because I left the blue out too long, but this is basically done. Which is good because it means that I don't need to feel like I have to do any more than these Kabalites. These guys can go aside for now. I might paint them more paint more of them tomorrow. Maybe. Time is... Oh, God. Man, we've been doing painting for 2 hours, and I have not made nearly as much progress as I thought I would have. Okay, so we're going to do the wash with the thing that we made. Where's the one that I actually washed before? I can't tell which one it is. Maybe the wash was thinned down a bit too much. Man, all these Drukhari look alike to me. That's space racism against my own guys. Maybe. But they're all just edgy space elves, you know? They all kind of look the same. Let's be real. But yeah, no, this very mild tint on the blue, I think, on the blue-green mixture works really well. Like, it's not, like, because we've thinned it down with, speed paint medium, it won't, like, tint it nearly as much as it would have if we'd left it alone, or just used it straight out the pot, or with water. And it's just going nicely into the recesses, which is what I wanted. It's helping the blue and the greens blend together. But it's really darkening the recesses delightfully. I don't know if I could have hoped for a better result, honestly. Just at this wash stage. Knife is a knife ear at the end of the day. Well, I don't know about that. They tend to disagree. Okay. I do wonder if that's a bit darker than... But I'm sure it'll brighten up later once that's dry. It tends to, I think. I did thin it down quite a bit though, so maybe I might need to go in with a second wash. I don't want to tint it too... I don't want to tint it too green. I do want the blue to be, like, quite a prominent colour. But it doesn't seem to be tinting too green, I think. I think you can still see a lot of the blue, especially on the bits that have a lot of the blue. It's either going to look fantastic or it's going to just look like a bit whatever when I'm done with it. But either way, it'll be ready for a game. That's the important thing. Yeah, no, seeing the blues just jump out is really nice. They can disagree all they like. Not going to change the fact that you only want that. Understandable. Understandable. The most racist Night Lord alive and his hot Eldar wife. That's what we're going to see someday. This is a fact. This is a fact, and we all know it. Just wait. Awaits the day of the Dakimura. What? A Dark Eldar Dakimura body pillow? Mm. 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 I could be tempted to get a Dark Eldar body pillow. Dark Eldar isn't even a copyrighted term, is it? No. No, it is not. Because that's why they made the Drukhari, so that they could have a copyrightable term, right? Okay. Get a little bit more medium for that. What would you all do if there was Dark Eldar Scuff body pillow? What would you do, chat? Would you acquire the pillow? Is it bad you're still laughing at the grok thing? No, it's not bad at all, it's funny. You're allowed to laugh at stupid funny things. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, no, I'm really liking how this is. Overall colors are looking. Can't wait to see how the violet kind of highlights look on top. Do I want to push it to pink, like after that, just that really extreme highlight? I might do. I might do. I was kind of tempted to just go silver, but it might be an idea to to do them differently. Okay. Haru, don't knock over my things, creature. She was just having a stretch, but she was gonna knock my paint palette down. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the other cat entered the room. The Eevee one. Kinda hungry. I don't know why, I've been really hungry all day, chat. Do I poke Ponk for an early dinner? I mean, I say that, it'll take 40 minutes to cook anyway. It will take a long time to cook. It's slow cooked pulled pork today. I really like how that's turning out there, where you can kind of just see the blue coming through the green really nicely. But it's still green, but it's also blue, and it's just... Man, it's a good look. It's a good look. I'm so glad this idea I had is actually turning out to not be shit, because I was kind of worried it would be terrible. I was kind of worried it wouldn't be so good, but turning out to be really, really nice. You hungry, suspecting stuff is a tyrannid, so hungry you could eat some biomass. I could eat some biomass. And no one would stop the Great Devourer. I should do some tyrannids someday, in all honesty. I have a handful. I have a handful of tyrannids. I think the big question I need to ask myself is, does this work as a highlight to this purple? I don't know that it does. I'm using this very bright purple because it works with the blue. I don't think I'll use the red. I don't think the red is gonna do the trick. But this bright purple is gonna work really nice as a big contrast step up, I think. We're gonna try and mostly go for edges. Oh, I need to poke pink to start food. So, while I'm waiting for a response back from Pong. Cat moment. Creature. Behold. Are you trying to hold my hand, or are you trying to kick it away? What do you want to do? Please. Hi. Hi, lolcat. Creature. Did I put the cat cam here? Is that an appropriate cat cam location? Kinda what? Are you happy to get the beans, chat? Not the plush bean, sadly. Just the little toe. Why should I put the cat cam? Up here? This looks like a good spot for it. I should put a lamp on, maybe. Stay there, cable. I need you plugged into my phone for tracking. My cat looks especially Tyranid, like... Does everything look like a Tyranid to you guys? Why do I want to put this cat cam, chat? This is the big question, really. Truly, the question of our time. Where'd the cat cam go? Shall be but the greatest mystery. I'm not trying to catch all of... We're not trying to catch all of it. Just trying to add little bits. Little shimmers here and there. What do we think? Kinda works, doesn't it? Kinda works. Yeah, that's alright. Like, I'm not trying to go too heavy with the sort of metallic pink. But it does work, you know? Like, it's just that adding to that iridescent vibe. Try and get that focus. Like, weirdly enough, I kind of feel like the pink blends in almost too well to everything else. Despite being a very highly contrasting color. But it's a good look, honestly. It's a really good look. Yeah, I think this will work. I think this will work for a Kabalite color scheme. I don't know that it should, but it does, and I'm doing it. Weird. Color theory? Weird. In theory, this shouldn't work as a highlight, but it does. I think it's because we're just using it lightly, and it's also like pretty a not insignificant kind of temperature difference as well. Ah! Why? Hey, Tatsu. How are you doing? You having a good day? I hope so. Oh! Oh, the Kato rises. Does she leave? Yes, I know my desk needs a clean. No one say anything. Ah. Ah. Hey, Stacks. Monarch, hello, how are you all doing? Can we get a shout out for Monarch, please? How is everything? It's lovely to see you both. I hope you're having a good day. This is honestly taking a fair bit longer than I thought it would. I guess that's partly because I wanted to... I started painting a couple of extra things. I just didn't want to waste the paint that I'd poured out. Yeah, no, the green, the deep green blue to the pink metallic is a really, like, it works so well. Really, I don't know. I don't think it should, but it just does. Just does. Yeah, this people love edge highlighting, and I just think that it's so stupid. I feel like edge highlighting is a scam. Because you get a mix of edge highlighting and volumetrics when you dry brush. And it works it works so well, in my opinion. And it takes way less time. You can keep your stream running while you try to fix your computer. Of you when bugs happen that mess up my stream. I can understand that, Monarch. I can understand that. But the important thing is that your computer is working, right? Like, you want your PC to work. And so you just need to focus on that. You can't stream without a computer that actually works properly. But do your best. I believe in you. I know it can be frustrating. Especially when you know exactly what you want to do. And you just have to wait. I don't really know much about modding, because for modding I mostly just use Vortex, don't I? It's only for a handful of games. On, it just turns off, it just turns on again. Sometimes when you're shutting down your PC, that's just Windows. Mine does that too every now and again. Windows is just like, lol, we have to install this tiny update that we didn't tell you about. Get updated, nerd. Does the pink even show? It feels like it does, but like not as much as I thought it would. It's kind of odd. I don't dislike it though. Do I want to go for that super extreme with the pink? But it's not as dark. It's darker than this. Like it's dark. Like darker. Like it is genuinely, like, this is definitely going to be darker than the pinks on these bits. Yeah, there's no point. Maybe if I want to, I might tint it with like an ink or something. I don't think it looks bad. It's just like the color hue ends up being a lot less saturated than I thought it was going to be. I do honestly quite like how this looks. A Windows update you can't even install because you have to buy a higher end computer part in order to install the other. That's so fucking stupid. Wow. That's, oh man. Windows is cringe. Use Linux. It's a little penguin. Who doesn't love penguin? I say that, Linux, you need to learn how to, like, program to use Linux. I do quite like Linux. I've started learning how to use it, and it's like, it's pretty chill. Pretty chill. It's a lot simpler than I thought it was going to be. You miss Windows 10 so much? Yeah, I can imagine. What's Puppy Linux? What does this mean? I've noticed the inconsistency I do on these guys is increasingly inconsistent. I might not end up doing more than this squad. No, we've got a whole night. Collab isn't till like 9 o'clock my time. There's plenty of time to paint these guys and do the scuff Archon scuff. Yeah, no, that does look really nice. I'm really happy with how this is turning out, honestly. It's like having that pink in there has added a whole bunch of like blue back into the tone of the green-blue mix. And the pink is just kind of looking silvery. Like, it's such a nice kind of weird mesh of colors. Like, I didn't think it would turn out this way, but I'm very happy with the overall result. Like, I thought it was going to look completely different. But I'm liking what we've ended up making. The real question, chat, is what color of red do we end up painting the lenses on these guys? I feel like I could just dab a spot of fluorescent red into the middle of it. Although it would generally look quite good. Oh man, we've got that nice iridescent kind of look I was going for. And just a shimmer of something extra. That was unintentional. Okay. Heater stuff stresses you out. I absolutely understand. I hope that, you know, you can relax and you'll get a solution for it later. I know it's very stressful. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's go back and tidy up some of the areas that got paint that we didn't want them to get. So we're just gonna go in with some Vallejo black again. Where did I put it? Right here, right in front of my face. Yeah, we're just gonna go in with some more Vallejo black and tidy up all the weapons and cloth bits and all the areas that weren't gonna be this base color for a lot of it. We're just gonna go over nice dark coating. Anywhere where you can see like overspilled onto the gun, anything like that. I'm just gonna go in. Quick coat to just cover it up. Careful not to go over any of the armor. Okay, nice and simple. Ouch there. That bit there. Man, these guys carry a lot of accessories. Nice and simple. And it's a lot of just tidying stuff up for a stage. Go back and do what we actually want to do with them. Bits of bone and a little trophy that they've got pinned to their armor. little chains here, which will be in a different color. Did I miss this one? Okay. Nice and simple. Do I give them gold as for like trinkets and whatnot, chat? I guess it would stand out quite a bit. It'd be a very big contrast to everything else. So I feel like maybe it's the right call. Maybe bronze. What do you reckon, chat? Gold or bronze? I think bronze might be the way. Bronze is a little bit closer to red. I think would be less harsh against the pink highlights. Yeah, bronze is what. Yeah, bronze is the right choice. Oh, well, copper. Do I have a bronze? Is bronze different to copper? Paint selection. So I also have this sort of like really nice aged metal. Which is somewhere on here, and I've not used. I'd like to give it a try as well. I mean, that's the part of the fun with painting, is finding new tools and ways to use them. But yeah, I reckon bronze is the way to go here. It's really nice the amount of detail that is on some of these like little trophy racks. You can tell like this person spent a lot of time fighting the Imperium. Oh. Don't look at that, chat. I know. I need to clean this desk. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There's no more cat cam. Sadness. Nice and yeah, I think I'm gonna do a lore segment soon on the YouTube channel after this event. I'm gonna start doing the research I need on it. And try and do I don't know if it's gonna be weekly or monthly. I might also try and split up the YouTube channel into a couple of different channels that'd be like more focused for the sake of the algorithm. sadly, we do have to think about the algorithm when we do content. I think I'll just have like my general YouTube as just like the content that like we work on specifically, or like stuff that's taken from streams and turned into like little projects. Maybe. It's a lot of admin to do. I reckon it should be doable. I reckon it should be. Another thing I wanted to do was to try and maybe do like very basic beginner painting tutorials. But I don't 100% know if that's my jam. This guy, I just realized, this guy has an Eldar Spirit Stone sort of tied around his helmet. Embedded on a fucking crown of thorns. Bro is like metal as fuck about killing his cousins. Like, wow. Wow. Bro must be racist against other Eldar. Wow. Fucking hell. Lots to do. Thankfully, there's not too much to do. Just lots of little things. Like, once the armor is done, the trophies are quite small, so yes, they might be a bit finicky. But overall, getting them done won't be too time-consuming. Once this black coating is done, we can quickly do the weapons, because the weapons will be very quick. I'm just going to do a couple of, like, highlights in grey. I feel like with the way the rest of the miniatures are, the weapons don't need to have a huge focus on top. That's just my opinion, though. And then we can do all the little ornaments and decorations after that. It might take a little bit more time. But I guess that's going to be down to the individual model. Some have a lot of very characterful ornaments on themselves. I think I'll do the same with with all the cloths and stuff. I'll just do them in grey. These guys feel very cold in the overall temperature. I don't know if that carries across to you guys, but there's something about them. Despite the fact, I guess it's just the color temperatures we've used. The metallic green and the metallic blue very much sucked a lot of the temperature out of the metallic pink. Hey, MacTac. Things are doing well. I really can't complain. We're just painting some stuff. Painting some Kabalites. This is just a little, we're just doing a test squad. See how we like. We had an idea. We wanted them to be like iridescent. So we started with metallic green and then we went into metallic blue. And we washed them down with sort of like contrast metallic green to deepen it. And then we highlighted them with metallic pink. But the metallic pink has turned very silvery due to the, I think it's just the way it's reacting to the fact that it's got green and blue all around it. I think you can see the pink tints, but only just. Needless to say, it's not worked out entirely how I thought it would. But I don't think that's a bad thing, Sometimes the way colors interact is very cool. I do like the effect we've got here. There's a bit of me that's wondering if maybe I should try again and do a second pass with that metallic pink just a little bit. I might very well just do that. Just in some bit. See how it affects. Oh, wait. A little bit more I need to touch up. Yeah, we fuck it, we Kabal, as they say. Okay, what am I doing? I wanted to try. Just a gentle, very careful. What do we think? That does look a little bit more pink. Yeah. Just a very quick second pass. Add a little bit more emphasis to the color. Feed some temperature back into the rest of the miniature. Okay. Okay. Nice and chill. Yeah, no, emphasizing that temperature contrast is a good look. While you do that, you're gonna steal people's pants. But why, though? Why are you stealing their pants, SmackTac? Why would you do that? Are you a degenerate? Is that what's happening? Is it a hobby? You collect them? Explain your degeneracy. Because you're a gene stealer. Understandable. Understandable. I did not realize you were in fact... Your name was Gene, and that you sometimes stole things. Damn. Hey, Plush. Just Plush with the plushie. Aww. Thank you, Plush. I appreciate you. Really, like, it's mostly because, like... I kind of wish they just didn't let it be, like, they didn't give it a month-long timer. I kind of wish that, yeah, I knew that it was only going to be a month. It went live. It's kind of sad. Kind of sad. But hey ho, if we get it, I hope that we all, everyone, I hope that we can get it. I'm just a little guy. I really hope that we get the plushie done. Joke's on you. I don't wear underpants. Lol. Thank you so much, Plush. I appreciate you. I always go commando at home. Like, why would I restrict my comfort in my own home? That's cringe, man. I get home from work, they come right off. Like, why wouldn't they? I am putting too much emphasis on the pink, though. But it does look nice. Can't help but feel that the blue is kind of disappearing more and more. But you know, I'm kind of starting to feel like that's okay. There's still hints of blue here and there. I guess if I want to, I can just go in and add a little bit more in very specific and precise location. And target some of the midtones. But yeah, you can see a fair bit of the green. You can see a fair bit of the blue. So it's going to be a good mix. Be a good mix. Thank you for the alert. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. That's looking fine. I just need a grey for the guns and the cloth. And then we can work on all the other little bits. Of all the colours I'm struggling to find, why is grey so... There's wolf grey, that'll do. A fairly stark contrast, this grey, to what we were using to the black, so it should give us a nice... It should give us a nice bit of contrast and help with the definition of shapes. Smoky Gatsa, but also, if I'm trying to be sexy, maybe I'll wear something fancy. But you can also wear something like that without wearing underwear. Just saying. Just saying. Panties are not necessarily included in a garter set, or a nightie for that matter. Anyway. Nice and simple. Get lots of contrast. Find the shape. Little time. Same with what the things in that pouch. Whatever that. I'm assuming that's like a watering can or a water can or something. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. Is the model readable? Yeah. That's all we need. Can you tell what the shapes are? This is a gun. Does it look like a gun? It does. Just need to build enough contrast to basically make it seem like, yeah, no, this looks like what it's meant to be. But with alien stuff, we don't have to be quite so precise, because it's quite literally from another world to say what it's actually meant to look like, right? It's totally not an excuse to let me be a little bit lazy. Totally not. I would never be lazy. Never. That poor spirit stone. Okay. Oh, I know what I want to do. Some burgundy sashes and whatnot. That's gonna look really nice. Nice high contrast to a lot of the other material. Yeah. I quickly just contrast paint a lot of these just to add bits of color where I feel like they need it. Guns are staying grey though. At the end of the day, army painting doesn't need to be crazy in depth. It just needs to be functional. And this is mostly just testing the color schemes out. You do need to think about adding stuff. For USA comment. Bruh. Bruh, metal. Bruh. Bruh. I mean, you're right, but bruh. Bruh. Wow. God damn it. Got to figure out what to stream next. How many games you have? Yeah, no, that's always the difficulty. It's why I let chat pick a lot of the time. What are you thinking of doing next? You should try and do something that doesn't need to be modded to be functional. You know what I mean? Because mods seem to give you bad luck a lot of the time, from what I've seen. Yeah, I definitely think I need to add some more contrasting colors. Bit of red for the sashes, a burgundy color for the Sigvald burgundy for the sashes. And that sort of like coppery kind of gold places for ornaments. Fallout 4 so far. Space Marine 2 is a good time. I haven't heard. I mean, I've seen people play the Transformers games. They look quite good from what I've seen. I can't comment as to how popular they are as a stream thing, but like, the important thing is that like you're playing games and doing the stuff you enjoy, right? That's the whole idea. Okay. Okay, what do I want to do next? You have a sandboard starboard found with 187 mods that works. So yeah, I get you. I get you, Monarch. What am I doing, chat? So, we've got our base guys. We've got some initial stuff. We need to add some color in places. Decide on some hair color for these top knots. And then we're going to add, like, ornaments and whatnot. Last thing we're going to do is these eye lenses, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to do in red. Red just seems like the best choice in terms of color contrast. But yeah, no, green to pink is very interesting to look at as far as colors go, I think. Like it's a bit odd, but not in a bad way. It's just different, you know? Ooh. Oh, that's fine. I want is Sigval. Is that? No, it won't be here. My word, look at how old this paint is. Is it even any good? Oh yeah, apparently so. Cool. So we're just going to go in and do all of the sort of cloths in this color. Why Sigvald Burgundy? This is really nice. It's a really nice color, and it'll contrast the rest of the stuff quite effectively. It's like a very nice, deep, rich sort of red with hints of purple. I really like this one particular paint. So I am slightly concerned that it might be a little bit too. I'll do these little scrolls in the same color. Yeah, nice and simple. Welcome back, Andy. Welcome back. I'm glad your stuff has been fixed. What? Yeah, I think this was definitely the right color choice. I think on the top of these things, I'll add sort of copperish cap. I might use a brown to go over the little pouches and whatnot. I think that's the right call. Oh no! A smidge. Dislike a little bit of staining. I don't dislike that little bit of staining. Am I gonna do it deliberately? No, because that would take. And I kind of, with this army, I kind of want to go for practical painting. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do stuff that's fancy. Takes too long. I want it to look nice for the tabletop. With a couple of key units and characters, maybe with a little bit of extra fancied up a little bit extra. Like, maybe the Incubi will get we'll get a bit more love. Definitely the Archon will, and all the characters will, because they're very cool models. If I do say so myself, having kit bashed myself into the game. Lol. Why does this one guy have like 5 pouches? Everyone else has like 2. The snake broke your internet. Wait, what? How did the snake break your internet? Explain yourself, Andy. Explain yourself. What the Danger Noodle doing? I really put this over here. Ah. Because you were showing off the snake, and then you. Oh, I see. I see. Your internet couldn't handle Fulgrim. Understandable. Also, hey, Fungi. How you doing? Hmm. Okay. Okay. How you doing, Fungi? Okay. Cool. You were taken hostage earlier. What do you mean? Who took you hostage? Explain yourself. How did they take you hostage? How did you escape? Was it a cat? Did a cat turn you into a bed? That would make sense. It happens to the best of us. You were dragged. Ah, to Palworld. I see. How are you finding it? I know quite a few people who seem to like Palworld. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a good game. Kinda sad I didn't jump on it a bit earlier. Because I see a lot of people having fun with it, and I'm like, man, wouldn't it be fun to join them? But I'm waiting to hear back from the devs, because they said I might be able to sort something out, maybe. Maybe, if I'm lucky. It'd be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool. Metal, I don't know, man. That sounds a lot like Stockholm Syndrome, but I do understand that. Touch starvation can be real. And it can make you do the bad choice. What's a good highlight for Sigvald Burgundy? And Warlord Purple. Yeah. Just a little highlight. A smidge. But we'll do that after it's after that bit is dried. In the meantime, what we'll do is I'll think about picking out some different color for these top knots. I don't think grey is gonna cut it. We're gonna go with 3 bits of hair. We'll make them 3 separate colors. Skeleton horde for something. Amongst the paint that Ponk has been using. Snakebite leather. These all do nicely for the bits I want them for. No, I'm pretty sure it's over here, actually. Rifthound orange. You can use Aragus Dunes as sort of like sandy brown, which... Okay. Nice sandy brown. Oh. You even paint anymore? You know what? I'm probably gonna throw this away immediately after this, because that does not look like it's in a good state. But let's see how it looks. We're just gonna put this on here. Yeah, that could be worse. Griffhound orange for a very bright contrast on one of these top knots. that works. Add a little bit more of a highlight later. Give it a bit of pop. What else do I want? Foregrunter fur. Nice and simple application. Oh, I missed that bit. Burgundy. That's okay. That's okay. Simply add it in now. Okay. Skeleton horde, which is only really for one thing, which is skull on this guy. Nice and quick. Not just bone bits. These are starting to feel more alive now. The extra bits of color really just add life to it, I think. Okay. Little snake bite, all the little pouches and whatnot. Then I think we'll get to work on some of the eyes and the gemstones. There's a couple of them that have little broken spirit stones. Just nice and simple. And it just works well. Real, why does this one guy have so many pouches? I guess it's because they've got the heavy weapon. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Okay, what's next on the agenda, chat? What do we want to do after this squad is done, by the way? I'll probably leave basing them for off-stream. Probably just before I go to bed, because I'm going to need to possibly make a mess while I get the mixture I want sorted out. But this squad is definitely going to be done today. Like, in terms of just painting. collab in 3 hours. I don't think that's going to be enough, especially with a food break, to get the Archon done. So I'll probably do that tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll play, like, I feel like I want to play something that I won't end up getting overly invested in. Or maybe, yeah, I guess I could, yeah, why don't we do some Mistfall after this? When these are all done. You know what? I can have that. Those ones stand out. Yeah, no, for some of these it feels like once their eyes are done, they'll basically be finished. I feel like that guy looks pretty solid. All in all. It's weird how, even though this is just grey, the pink kind of adds a bit more of like a reddish warmth to the gun. Man, colors are weird as fuck. Like, it's only ever theory, and it barely makes any sense. But it always ends up looking really, really cool. Okay, I'm just gonna go with some fluorescent red. Actually, do I have the Proacryl Fluo Rad? I do have the Proacryl Fluo Rad. Man, I love Proacryl paints. So the way, like, it feels like they're designed to never really spill, but it always feels like you end up getting way more than you need out of every time you use the bottle. Bothers me a little bit. Not so much that I'd stop using them because the paint is so good, but like, a little pet peeve. Just a little pet peeve. Okay. Actually, how that looks on. It's so bright and saturated compared to everything else. It's only awkward because I built it awkward though. That seems basically... I do like when there's just a little bit of a splash over. Still get the definition of the island. Almost makes it look like they're glowing. Ah, bugger. Hey, that worked out. Okay. Okay. So I mostly, once all these islands is done, I want to add a highlight to this, the red bit. I want to add some bone, a bit more bone color to some of these bits. Relatively simple to finish. I reckon. Everything else is quite simple after this. Basically done the hardest part at this. My mind, at least. All the big details are done. Just odds and ends, trinkets, hooks. Things I'll do in silver and bronze. Probably not silver and... Well, I'll probably do a lot of copper. Because that's going to contrast the most. Okay. Ah. Right. What else? I want to find my bone white. I know I've got it here. That kind. I did pull. Yeah, there's the Warlord purple. Cool. Right. Let's. We're gonna do a base of Vallejo Dead Flesh onto all the bony bits that need it. And then we will go over that with Bone White, also by Vallejo. Nice, simple, quick. Ah. No need for that there. One bit there. Oh, Punk! Ah. Ankle. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I have returned from the food and getting a new drink. And yes, I am here. Ah. We'll just get started back into it and work on these guys. Mostly just these bone details and a couple of trinkets and odds and ends here and there. A few finishing highlights. And we could arguably say done. Actually, you know what? This could probably be used as a not bad highlight. Add a little texture. Just use paint a little bit more. Nice and simple. So now that I've said that, I have to go back and do that on the... Ah. Nice and... Okay. Yeah. Works pretty well. Also use this as a highlight. Little one. It's nice, kind of like coming up with your own color scheme stuff and figuring out how to make it work through trial and error. It feels like a very rewarding part of the painting process. No one's will ever quite look like this. Okay. Couple more bits. Then we are just on to a couple of extra metallics here and there. Chains. I honestly think we want them to be quite a dark metal, just like a little gunmetal thing. Just because, despite the contrast, a lot of the silvery elements are quite bright. If I want it to stand out, it shouldn't be a bright metallic, in my opinion. And you know, if we feel like it doesn't feel defined enough, we can always just add more contrast as time goes on. Because nothing is ever really finished when you're painting. You can always add more to it later. Always. They have so many of these bone piercings in their clothes. I want to know what inspired this fashion in Drukhari culture. Like, I guess I can understand, like... I guess I can understand, like, trophies and stuff, given the nature and how they feed off of emotions and whatnot. But I don't know. I don't know, it just seems like an odd choice to me. Maybe it's them trying to think about how they used to have bone singers and wraithbone and whatnot. This would make sense. Yeah. Generic Kabal guy. Basically done. Much finished. Wait, hang on. Where's top knot? No. Okay. Next. On my agenda. Highlight you? I didn't. Oh. Nice and simple. Okay. What's next? We'll add a highlight to the burgundy bits. Just a simple Warlord purple. Should just add a little bit of brightness and contrast to it. Not a huge amount, but just enough that it, you know, pops a lot. You don't want it to be too eye-catching, because it's just an accessory, and it's not even a particular, like, burgundy parts are just accessories, and they're not even particularly standout ones. That'll dry to be a much darker shade. Just a quick once over. Following the texture of the fabric. All we need, just a small highlight. Add some down. Hey, Duke. You love how we did the metallics? Yeah, so it's 3 different colored metallics for the armor. So it's green, blue, and pink as the highlight. It's really cool, honestly. I'm very happy with how it looks. You can kind of see a little bit of a color shift with it. The pink kind of has a lot of the color drained out of it. Also, hey Duke, how are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Yeah, no, it's very chill. Very chill. This was just like this session is really just like hey, how can I figure out a color scheme for my Kabal? Because I really can't be asked doing a color scheme that is canon. Because let's be honest, no one knows or cares that much about all the different Drukhari groups. It's not like Space Marine chapters where they all have like an actual paragraph, and there's like a paragraph or 2 of lore, and there's actually hundreds and hundreds of them. Like, Comra is meant to be huge, And we barely get any expansion on it, so I'm going to expand on it. With blackjack and hookers and my own section of the Dark City. And no one can stop me. I even made a Scuff Cat Archon to lead it, which we'll probably paint tomorrow. We gave her little cat ear. Fucking stupid. I'm very happy with how it looks though. Lets you fill the gaps. Yeah, that's why. Whereas, like, I feel like with the Imperium and the big named factions, like with the Eldar, they're all a lot like the Eldari. They're all a lot more defined. Same with the Orcs. Like, whereas the Dark Eldar kind of got a little bit of lore, and then in 3rd edition, and then it's not really changed all that much since, aside from a couple of things here and there. Actually, no, that's a lie. They're no longer Chaos Eldar, which is what they originally were. Because people liked kitbashing Chaos Eldar in 2nd edition, so Games Workshop was like, okay, you can have Chaos Eldar. And they made them official. But then later they thought, actually, you know what? This lore is shit. We can make them actually cool. Then they did, and then did nothing with the army ever since then. But yeah, we're going to get this squad done. My first full squad. And then we'll do some other stuff later. I don't know. I've got a collab. We're doing Night Rain with Lex and Kay. Assuming she wakes up in time, because I know that this collab is set to be really early for her time. I mean, yeah. But at the end of the day, all it is just another Cabal in Comera, of which there are meant to be loads, but like loads of different like factions, all vying for power. But yeah, I'm also thinking I want to do a lot of a deep dive into the Drukhari as a faction in 40k, and maybe do a fair bit of lore on them for content, because like no one really touches the Drukhari. Like, there's loads of Tyranid guys, there's loads of Admech people. God knows you'll find plenty of people that talk Space Marine lore. There's no one that really does a lot of the Xenos factions. There's a handful that do Eldar stuff. And a handful that do Necron stuff, because, let's be honest, Necrons are fucking cool. Yeah, I don't know what more I'm going to do for these guys, honestly. I could do some metallics, but I could also just leave the hooks as grey and knives as like this sort of like grey color. I'm okay with that, having something a bit more muted to contrast how it all looks. I do quite love how like the cold tones underneath made the pink very muted. Like, you can only see bits of the pink at certain angles, and then when you look at it from other sides, the tone just shifts because you're seeing more blues and greens. It's really cool. I've like accidentally made very subtle color shifting metallic armor for these guys. I'm kind of chuffed about that. Kind of chuffed. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be a real chat. I've spent 4 hours painting, and I think my attention has decided we're a bit done with this for now. So I've got 2 hours before a collab. Let's play some video games.